Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to the stream. Hope everyone's doing well. Having a good Wednesday as we're back to more Warhammer Wednesday with Rogue Trader. Joined once again by my brother, and we'll be getting started here in just a moment. Or even less than a moment, evidently, but yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. I think that's... yeah. Ready?
Ready. Should I be reading this?
Sure.
On his journey across a world caught in the throes of heretical insurgency, the Lord Captain accidentally witnessed an unholy rite that transpired in one of the maintenance rooms of an aqueduct. This abandoned nook turned out to be a heretic's gathering place for performing their grim and profane acts. The large group of rebels stood frozen in patient anticipation, all staring into the center of the room. No one moved. Only the murmur of hushed voices echoed against the metal walls. The Lord Captain ran a cursory glance over the room, assessing the situation. The rebels were unremarkable in appearance. They were dressed in the shabby clothes of abject rebel, spoke in coarse voices, and had repulsive faces. But what caught the Lord Captain's attention was the look of strange, almost sinister anticipation in their eyes. This was no gathering of loud blasphemers or bored idlers. Only occasionally would they exchange brief, unintelligible remarks as they stood in a frozen circle, their gaze turned toward the hulking structure in the center of the room. Bulky power transformers, cogitators, crates, and Vox casters took up most of the space. Against their background, the structure in the center stood out oddly. An enormous lens mounted on a stand. It caught the thin sunbeams that made their way through slits in the ceiling and cross the half-lit room. I suggest you read whatever one.
The Lord Captain peered into the darkness enveloping the room.
Although barely visible behind the closed ranks of the insurgents, the rusted barrels with evidently flammable contents had not escaped the Lord Captain's keen eye. One good shot at those barrels would decimate the number of heretics on Rykad Minoris.
The Lord Captain patiently observed what happened next.
As if commanded by a grim, unseen force, the insurgents fell silent at once, and a single movement parted. A thick, sticky silence filled the room. The heretics' gazes were turned toward a metal structure with a lens on top of it. Standing tall in the middle of a circle of melting candles, piles of books and all unholy symbols drawn on the floor. The structure flashed as a single sun ray illuminated it. A sound of bare feet broke the sinister silence as a man emerged from the deep shadows. Reeling, he entered the circle and collapsed on his knees in front of the enormous lens. Not a second had passed before many rebels' hands gripped the fallen man's shoulders and hair. Remember, comrade, the last sunray you behold will be yours only, shared with no one else. Your holy final dawn, bellowed a lone heretic's voice amid a silent crowd. By the doing of someone's hands, the lens had turned, and its focused rays feasted on the prisoner's eyes. The blinded man's harrowing scream shook the very walls of the place, consumed by the rite. The rebels had not yet noticed the stranger in their midst. The Lord Captain braced himself and
Got the warp lens, destroying its charms.
Challenging me was a mistake. Your Emperor won't save you!
Ready? Thank you, Bolty.
Out of my way! Death to the weak! Ah!
Didn't see what caused that damage.
The steam.
Steam. Fair enough.
Death is a blessing.
Ending turn.
Death to non-believers! Chaos guides me.
Crush the feeble.
I said, so done. I know what to do. One step ahead. I said, so done. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
I'd rather not. It will be done.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may,
Let's set this in motion. Done and done. I serve the ruinous powers. Chaos guides me. Out of my way. Death to non-believers.
The next attack on the leader will be a critical. And in turn,
Chaos guides me. High momentum.
Come. The other side awaits. Killing brings me no pleasure. Come. The other side awaits.
See, isn't that fun?
yep. Alright, all good here. What a mess.
I serve the ruinous power. Poised for action. I know what to do. That is how it's done.
A tactically sound approach. I will do my duty. I took care of this one. It will be done.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Bella's turn again.
Yep.
I see what others do not.
Trapped over there.
My blade whisk killing brings me no pleasure.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Forward. As said, so done. No foe too great. I know what to do. As said, so done. Easy. Costly mistake. Count me out.
Something worse.
I think Abelard will handle that weakened cultist.
Who will?
Abelard.
Okay.
If he can hit the other one that's behind the one machine, that's our other remaining target.
Understood. Don't seem to have eyes on him.
Seems like Bengal's bad.
Find something, seeing if this applies another stack. It does. Alright. And in turn,
set this in motion.
I'm confused why we're still...
Abelard still has a guy next to him.
Right.
Someone else can do this. Indeed.
My eyes are stinging like crazy. I'll need augments if this goes on much longer. And the voices are still howling. I can hear my little friends behind the door sniffing at this lens, muttering to it. I can sense its foul, clammy energy. A nasty piece of kit.
This construct and its intended purpose truly evoke nothing but horror.
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
As it should be.
Marching ahead.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
The machine god grants the insight.
Machine the cogitator's defenses. The machine spirits look favorably upon you. Heed the words of a harbinger of Aurora. Let it be known to you that the prophesied hour is nigh, and the faithful must triple their efforts. Those who stand in the way of our salvation must be swept away. Let it be revealed to you that the enemy is about to receive reinforcements. Remember the name Ryder von Valancius. His ship has already entered the system. We should expect this enemy to appear near our positions. Whoever rids our comrades of this threat will be granted Aurora's special blessing, a chance to stand at the prophet's side when the hour comes. Be vigilant. Let the final dawn come. Aurora's harbingers wish you to know, comrades, that the von Valancius ship is heading to the navigator station. You've got time to prepare. Yep. Set off to Rykad Philia. We pray that our comrades... I mean, it's mostly just making it so we have maybe tougher fights and less backup, but so far that's not been a problem. The Harbingers, we've intercepted a convoy of the governor's underlings who were supposed to meet at von Valancius bloke. Only one of the whole convoy got away after, but he's not long for this world. No one's making it to the governor's hole. Not that youngster or the ones he's supposed to meet. Our comrades have got their hands on the guard's Voxcaster, and these fools have no clue. We can hear all their comms. We know their every move, and we're going to throw them a fine welcome party. Aurora must have no doubts that we'll do whatever it takes to stop her enemies. Let the final dawn come.
I've read about this. still new to the art of exploring.
Do you or I detect a trap?
Think
My
over
foresight
on your
reveals
side.
something. I did it?
Keep your guard up. Perfect. My actions speak louder than words.
There's
Onward
a
to
button
victory.
over here of unlatch the damper. I don't know if that helps us.
Venture forth. Now that's interesting. Now that was easy. Every moment a chance for greatness.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Nothing can catch me off guard. All souls cry out for salvation. Always striving for greatness. Onward to victory. Perfect. Forge ahead. Never linger.
As it should be.
Supply power, make sure the relay is closed. Check that the damper is latched and the supplementary and external relay is shut. The supply must be correctly distributed. In no case must the flow be reset before the circuit is closed.
Let's see this through.
The relay is closed. Do not reset supply of the motive force. They say the dampers need to be latched, not unlatched, by the looks of it. And the supplementary external relay is
seize the
shut.
moment.
Shut the relay. Don't want to unlatch the dampers. Close the relay.
Venture forth. I'll endure this. Stay sharp. Onward to victory. Unpleasant. Let's see this through. Forge ahead, never linger.
I see we're supposed to touch all the things that the red cables lead to in a specific order.
Okay.
We did it.
Marching ahead.
This safe. Or where's the safe? Well, safe. So it gets us a hand flamer, the stub carbine, and daemon tool. Whenever the wearer deals warp damage, the damaged character also suffers burning 3. Burning effect inflicted by the wearer have their level increased by +0 veil degradation.
Stay sharp.
So one of our warp damaging characters, mostly Adira right now, but
Yep.
he's also still wearing Denial of Nightmares, so I'm not sure.
Yep. I'm tempted to keep it because of how often Perils of the Warp is happening with the Dira.
I'll try it on Cassia. Okay, also gonna quick save and work on our levels. Concentrated fire is neat. Next ranged area attack. If I check... I assume my shotgun blast counts. Oh, so yeah, I can now wield shotgun in one hand, and it just keeps it one-handed. Which is fun. Rapid fire. Concentrated fire is neat because it's pretty powerful. Like, I could get dash, and dash is useful, but concentrated fire doubles the damage and also has an additional dodge reduction effect. My only question is my weapon rending shotgun, is that an area attack? It's not a burst. It's a single shot. So it doesn't like have reduced chances of hitting like burst attacks are, so I assume it's an area. Because it's showing an area of effect. So that's tempting.
Yep.
The dash could be cool, but I think I have stuff as an arbitrator that I would have access to this ability otherwise. I think I want to go with concentrated fire. And then just some more awareness. So he can choose Reckless Strike. Yeah, it's either that or Taunting Scream. Nice thing about Reckless Strike is that it kind of forces them to attack.
Yep.
Which then he can parry, but then Taunting Scream, of course, turn all enemies within the area effect within touching distance. So, both are neat. But I'll probably go with Reckless Strike. Not sure if there's any common talent I really want for him other than potentially Shield Mastery. If I end up giving him a shield, which at the moment I haven't. Seeing if there's anything else. Oh. I think this is actually a potentially good thing. Enemies gain no melee superiority bonuses against this character.
Yep.
Potentially
Which
more
is
likely
like
to
when
parry.
they surround.
He
when
also
they
can get
surround-
Dueling Mastery.
Yep.
Bonus
True.
to parry, since he does his counter attack after a parry.
Yep.
I think that sounds pretty good, Dueling Mastery for him. But
Yep.
I mean, it's just like it's a small but useful, and it's a percentage, so it'll only get stronger with time. the ability to resist or not get melee superiority effects is also good for him. I might have a chance to get another one before the end. I should probably focus on giving her more of her navigator abilities whenever possible. I think Eye of Oblivion might be cool, because any enemy within her line of sight gets reduced dodge and hit chance. So she just has to see them.
Yep.
And I do try to keep her positioned in a way that keeps that possible.
Indeed.
Okay, so regular talent. Figure maybe the last few I'll do the arc rifle stuff if possible. At least have them be for the common talent, so I'd get like Pulse Amp. And then eventually also get them either Echo Pulse. Well, I'll do Liturgy of Insulation probably right now. I could do some of the other stuff, but just making allies immune to his arc blasts would be good. Alternatively, there is some of the other things. I'll go ahead and do the one to keep people safe from arc rifle shots. Since I've already been having it happen, so. Should I give him more awareness, possibly? That's also useful for, like, if I fail an awareness check, others can have an awareness check. So I think that's probably a next priority is awareness. Okay. Good. Well, Onslaught seems like it's kind of meant for someone like Cabela.
Which are you talking about?
Injector.
Ah. Yep.
And then there's Phantom Cloak, 15% armor against warp damage.
Yep.
Which Cabela might benefit from. I'll otherwise give it to Adira, since she could potentially hurt herself with warp. Maybe.
Not while wearing the amulet. So if
No.
anything, I agree with Cabela wearing the Phantom Cloak for the situation she'll be getting herself into.
So, Warmonger boots.
Yep. I'm eyeing them for Cabela, but
Go
there are
ahead.
many. All right. If you change your mind, I can give them back. But yep.
Heavy leather. And the mesh vest, I think at the moment, is only applicable to Adira.
Yep.
Might
Can
be worth
she
it, but she loses
wear
a
it?
chunk of dodge, but instead gets damage reduction.
I'm okay with this idea, especially since she can give a bit of dodge with her own abilities and where I'm putting her. Plus armor against ranged attacks. All this sounds good. I'm gonna give it a shot. And if it starts being an issue, please keep the armored body glove in the area, in the inventory.
I might actually... No, never mind. I was gonna give the shovel to Abelard and realize it's not as good for parrying, so...
Yep.
I don't really have many... Could give... We don't really have many options for the shovel, so we'll just keep it.
That's fine.
Flamer pistols might be fun for Giving that to one of these two.
Yep, amusingly, the sapper shovel could be my character's offhand weapon. It has some downsides to it. It's better if I keep using blades, but I can see some benefits.
It could be for another character. This almost feels like it's designed for someone like Abelard to be surrounded.
Yep.
It's also neat because it forces them to not be able to make the attacks of
You know what?
opportunity.
I'm gonna suggest it for Adira.
Okay.
If they suddenly start kind of surrounding her, she could bonk them and then run away.
Yep.
Wait a second. I mean, sure, she could run away, but she doesn't have any abilities that gives her movement after bonking. So not quite an option yet. I'll keep thinking on it.
It's something I could offhand wield with Abelard.
Yep.
I think that's actually not a bad idea. He doesn't need the pistol all the time. I can even give him the spinner's blade as a backup alternate.
Yep. Sometimes when you want him to be able to range counter or however the shooting works. And up to you, I still sort of suggest the emulsions be used on your
Cassia.
navigator. Yep.
Should we go ahead and use them? They're a permanent.
They are a permanent adjustment. Take a look at their stats. The -10 from agility might be a little painful, but the permanent deflection is nice.
It's fine.
The
She has stuff that makes it so perception and willpower become her main defensive stats anyways.
Yep.
Or at least will be. Like if I go and check her archetype.
It will boost chance of Perils of the Warp by 30%. If that becomes an issue, Adira can pass the amulet
So
her way.
this is the I don't have it yet, but in the next level I can pass unscathed. We'll make it so her perception will provide her dodge instead of agility.
Ah.
So
Yep.
it's pretty much
Excellent.
that's made for her. Oh, almost equipped it on me.
I think the permanent boosts will be worth it. So choose carefully. Maybe quick save.
Color the uncolored. If I may? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Yep. Yep. You let me know if the Perils of the Warp become too much, and I'll pass the amulet her way. Technically, Adira had a higher chance, but now
Sin
that
Skin is interesting, but it has to be agility, so...
Yep. I feel like my character, which is back on the ship, would benefit from it. Otherwise, of course, Cabela would, but I like her current armor for the moment. So, yep. Alright, I'll sit here.
I've never wandered so much before.
Venture forth.
This is, I think, back where we came. No. Somewhere else. Oop. Into the sewers we go.
Stop! There! I've read about this.
The auditory hallucination problem troubling this unit can be rectified.
Let me guess. It involves the drill on your mechadendrite? There's no need, really. My burden suddenly doesn't seem so heavy.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
I did it.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
As it should be.
Cry, flee, pray. You cannot alter your fate.
Ready. This is going to be a tougher fight. Herald of Zinch. Well, if we can focus on the Herald, we might be able to set the others
Hey,
free,
cool.
but
Unexpected. Alright. Not killing people doesn't seem like an option if he's teleporting around and converting people.
okay.
Careful. High warp. Thinking what else I can do. We can still try, but we literally teleported away and just converted more people.
My place is at the fore. Victory is imminent. It will be done.
And accordingly, your stats are a little messed up at the moment.
I won't do that.
I spaced myself so it would hit them, but not our allies.
Well done. I'm impressed.
I'm not accustomed. You're clad in scarlet. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Let's make it quick. Here we go.
Request approved. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Show me what you've got. Scared yet?
Hold on.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
It was a shorter stream, Nub.
Time to slaughter someone. I'm here, man.
I had something to deal with the DMV, and they close at 5 p.m., so I had to give myself about an hour of wiggle room. I was able to solve it over the phone and online, but it still required that they had to be within operating hours.
Alright, forgive me. Tossing in a fire grenade.
It's fine.
It may teleport, but at least the fire will come with them.
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
Good. Didn't teleport this time, but we shall see what they do.
Come, the other side awaits.
for Abelard.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty. Indeed.
Interesting. They haven't been converted yet.
High momentum.
Maybe worth running the other way. Sorry.
Witness my resolve.
Yeah. Still think the fire was worth it.
Always drowned
We'll see,
in
though.
scarlet.
With purpose.
If only that were possible. If I may,
Out of my way.
Advancing. The old science of the battle was an execution.
I love Pascal already. He is so good.
I like his lines.
Request approved.
Let's get to it. Show me what you've got.
I'm excited for the Skitari later this month. Getting weapons that he's using is just gonna be so fun. Yeah, he's right there.
Let's see, can I get an angle? Yes, it looks like I can.
I'm curious about the other upcoming DLC as well, which will be in a couple weeks. With adding like stuff about Necron, and then we're gonna have a new tech priest of sorts. But it almost sounds like he's potentially like a heretical tech priest or something. Well, I don't know if he... The character, the potential companion, I forget if I read
Just a minor setback.
any identifier there.
Turn. Yep.
It will be done. Victory is reduced to dust.
Victory is reduced to dust.
I think the guy made a mistake.
Let's set this in motion. I know what to do.
Cleaning out the Zinch. Special achievement.
Yep.
I'm noticing even the red or the yellow guys, or most of them, are now converted.
They've all turned red. I don't know when and where, but they did.
Won't expect this.
Oh well.
Yep.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'm afraid not. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Not my area of expertise. Easy. Poised for action. Count me out. Challenger my wrath.
I love a game with a good shotgun.
Yep.
Let's damage the bulk. As the tactical imperative dictates. My vow is to
Stop by much.
civilization.
Was there a feature that you added
Yes.
that does less damage to allies?
It prevents friendly fire.
Neat.
That was the thing I just gave him. I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
Because I kept accidentally hitting Abelard with it. Might as well. Definitely keeping Pascal. I feel like gradually I can kind of go tanky with my characters, so we could potentially drop Abelard. But I also really like having Cassia.
Surprise!
Death is a blessing.
Hypnotizing Pendant. When the wearer successfully hits with a single shot attack, the target suffers slowed until the wearer's next turn.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
So that was single shot, not single target. I think that counts as what my foe hammer does.
Yep.
Well, maybe not. The sniper counts.
You might want to still try it and find out. Yeah,
We should
grinding
deal with
shots, so it might not count. No?
I still have the
It might-
sniper.
Yep. Yep, give it a shot. Find out.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
My actions speak louder than words.
Level up.
Over there.
This explorer tool is blessed with multifunctionality.
Blessed Cape. Melee attack damage against daemon enemies by +2. If they are conviction dogmatic, the damage is increased by +4 instead.
Yep. Fair enough.
Technically, that's like melee Pascal.
Sharp.
Yep. Or Argenta
If we made her melee, but she's not. I'll just equip it onto him, since
Yep.
he's one of the
Go
few
for it.
that's dogmatic
Yep.
of our group.
Yep. I
Not
think
that he's
you're
gonna
right.
melee often, but in the odd chances that he does against daemons, whatever.
Yep.
Level up. Let's see. Perception, I have low. Strength I might need for equipping heavier gear. Possibly it will affect shield use. But I'll probably go ahead and do some willpower for my character. And then
Understandable.
I don't have the shield yet, but I should probably consider taking that early to be sure. Especially if we get a shield during this planet, right?
Mhm.
Because then I
Agreed.
can equip it without unequipping my sniper. What else? It's common talent, so weapon personalization. That is cool. I should maybe consider at least one of my. Oh, Fresh Start is also pretty cool. Gains a plus 50% bonus to dodge against the first attack of opportunity every round. So that's pretty cool to just stay mobile. And then weapon personalization. All ranged weapons dealing physical damage have +1 damage, +5 armor pen, +1 fire rate, and -5 recoil. So I like both of those, but let's see. Physical training gains toughness equal to half their shield's equipped block. Successful attacks. That is nice. Doesn't stack. Finding purpose. They're immune to blind, disturbed, fatigued, perplexed, slowed, and staggered as long as my wounds are above 90%. I could go ahead and get prepared prosecution. During the tactical phase, the arbitrator can be placed in a cell adjacent to an enemy.
Yep.
Though that also sounds like it's more of a melee-oriented thing, but still.
Yep.
I'm just right there. I think I'll go ahead and do the shield. Just so whenever we find one, I'll be able to single slot it.
Yep.
Toughness. Athletics. Air of authority. I'm not doing as much debuffing with her yet, since a lot of it's around herself.
Understandable.
Watch out.
But I could start doing such.
As usual, you might want to click one of the filters to help show her special options that aren't normally available, thanks to her being a navigator. I don't know if it's origin or archetype.
She doesn't have any for this. There's no navigator specific things. There are a bunch of warp powers.
Fair enough. Sorry. Whatever you think is best then.
There's also like 2 of the officer things. Which are both useful. but I like the potential idea of Mend Reality. She reduces Veil Degradation, while also all allies gain deflection against warp damage and damage from psychic powers until the end of the Navigator's next turn.
Yep. Right-click and check on the numbers. I'm hoping that it's sort of based off of your psi rating or whatever else is giving the 6. It'd be nice to
Willpower.
know. Ah, willpower. Got it.
So it will scale.
Yep.
I think that sounds good as a start for her. And then she has common talents, which are for her a ton of additional things. So let me go ahead and give her a pass one. Pass unscathed, since we have nerfed her agility.
Yes. So you can... Yep.
Because she's got 20 now, so that's terrible.
Yep. Indeed. I feel it was worth it, and yep.
Precise attack. That doesn't matter. Or no, never mind. This is different from what I was thinking. For the next attack against a target affected by an exploit, their cover efficiency and block will be reduced. That's pretty useful. Cover efficiency. Oh, it's a buff effect where everyone gains armor. And it's actually just an all allies. It's not a within a radius. So tactical knowledge is pretty cool.
Yep. Wait. Let's see. So tactical knowledge gave the buff, because I saw like enemies within this 5-cell radius. But you're right.
The second half.
All allies. Yep. Yep. Alright. Neat.
Tempted, since he's kind of more that versus precise attack is just like for a single target.
Right. And technically, Pascal is more meant to get in there.
Yep.
So he could even benefit from the first part. So, something to consider.
Yep.
Yep.
And then time for another arc weapon skill. Echo Pulse. Enemies hit by this character's arc rifle suffers a number of Echo Pulse attacks. At the start of its turn, the creature suffers a number of Echo Pulse stacks shock damage with intelligence divided by 2% armor penetration. It's not considered damage over time. So they note that for like if you're buffing damage over time, it doesn't get affected by that.
Yep.
Overclocking. Whenever the character hits a target with an arc rifle, the radius of the area where additional targets is affected is increased by 1. And that seems to scale with intelligence.
Yep.
Which is intelligence bonus divided by 5. Residual charge. Characters hit the target with an arc rifle, they gain residual charge stack. When reaching 10 stacks, they immediately gain an additional attack with the arc rifle. Once the effect is triggered, these stacks are removed. So great for like cluster shooting.
Yep.
It's actually pretty tempting to go ahead and get that. And then there's Arc Shock, which is a staggered effect, and each stack increases shock damage suffered. I feel like Residual Charge might be the best choice early on.
Yep.
Echo Pulse is neat. Plus, then there's his one unique thing of Pulse Amplifier. But I could also take that in his next archetype.
Indeed.
So yeah, I think I'll go ahead and get him Residual Charge. There we go.
All set.
Marching ahead.
Gonna be approaching potential combat.
Yep.
Your execution is assured. Crush him! Keep your guard up. Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
Request approved. Significant value. The scriptural program. Favorable.
Out of my way. Here we go. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's Let's make it quick.
Scared yet?
Cassia's turn. You can guess that the bubble helps defend us to a degree if you stand in there. I don't expect Cassia to go there, but just letting you know.
If I may. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I won't do that. Let's set this in motion. As said, so done. One step ahead. They won't expect this. Costly mistake. Out my way. I know what to do.
I approve.
Let's get to it.
Here we go.
One fewer target. At your beck and call.
Hold on.
Time to slaughter someone.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Request function successfully terminated. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
That is how it's done.
My ears are ringing.
Here we go.
I'm here, maggot.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Alright, why did the bubble go away early? It goes until the start of the Psyker's next turn. Which is now, but seemed a little early.
Oh well.
Yep. Well, let's see if this works. Alright. The sniper can still try to do whatever it wants, but whenever it has movement, it feels compelled to approach Adira.
Just walks off the roof.
One would hope.
I had to tell him, do a flip.
Ouch. Even perils of the warp when we're barely anything. Thank you for this amulet. It helps.
Mm-hmm.
It happens a lot with Adira. Partially because she's an unsanctioned psyker.
Yep.
Come. The other side awaits.
Cassie's turn.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Pixie's currently playing some more of Inquisitor Martyr right now, which is cool.
Nice.
Looks like
I
they're playing.
enjoyed that game.
Looks like it's co-op.
Yep.
Yeah, someone's being a tech adept with all sorts of fun AdMech summons, including the Castellan mechs, those big, like, stompy mechs, or robots. No, they're not
Yep.
actually mechs, they're AI. Or close
Yep.
to. But she's playing a Psyker, I think.
Yep.
I define the outcome. As said, so done. Let's set this in motion. Forward. As said, so done.
Oh, no. Playing a Sister of Battle.
Oh.
Psych. Which is sort of a just like female version of the Crusader
Hold on.
in that game. A little more AoE focused, a lot of spinning and winning.
Yep.
Easy. Contemplate your weakness. As said, so done. Done.
Let's get to it.
That's not the Seneschal's job. It will be done.
Gotta remember to use his buff thing because it's a once per combat,
Let's get to it.
but it's also it buffs allies for it.
Yep. Yep. The sniper is indeed having to try to go to Adira.
Yep.
Explorers know one route. Forward. My vow is to serve. Request approved.
Let's get to it.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Costs 3 to reload his gun.
Yep.
Let's make it quick.
No foe too great. Not my area of expertise. They won't expect this.
Show me what you've got.
I think eventually I'll switch Abelard to maybe have the shotgun pistol,
Ah, yes.
since I'll be able to use regular shotguns. Probably should have switched to it by now, but
Yeah, but oh well.
darn.
Yep.
Pascal is just out of range for this. I guess I could...
Indeed. I'd rather not.
Yep. Probably worth
Follow
it.
my lead.
And you don't have to stay in the bubble, but it does help.
I will do my duty.
Yep.
Scared yet?
Out of my way.
Must
Down he
go
goes.
to Adira.
Let's get to it.
High momentum. Advancing. I am a savant.
Rookies. Get
could do worse, but not by much.
Quest approved. My competencies are not that universal.
Rookies! Gah!
Tingles. It's like I hit him with like a massage effect or something, and he's just not used to it.
Yep.
So it seems, if I do it right, the arc shot will pierce across. So it's like a line from the target, but also does an AoE around the target that never shows.
Ah.
So it's like enemies hit by it get AoE damage, but then also if I line them up and go like a straight line from the first target, it then arcs past them to hit additional. So if I can really do it well, it's like just does a really good line, sort of like what the arc rifle does in Helldivers. Although Helldivers is like and it just like loops around. Remember one of our first times playing that, I shot something and it arced all the way around and hit Svanna. That was so funny. Like, they were on the other side of it, which was just so great. That was such a memorable moment from that game. It was like
Yep.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
hello, hello, everyone coming in from Pixie Stream. Good to see ya. Welcome to even more Warhammer.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
How was the Inquisitor Martyr? I saw you were playing the Sister of Battle, I believe.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Here we go.
It was Tomato.
Let's go to Adira.
As said, so done. That's how it's done.
And then he keeps trying.
Yep.
Let's see. No enemies down here.
Easy.
Might as well run and gun just to close a bit further distance. Actually, I'll go this way. Up these stairs. Oh, right. I forgot there was like 3 subclasses of each. And then I saw someone was a tech adept with a lot of summons, which is cool to see, of course.
As said, so done.
Target well struck. At your beck and call. It will be done. Ha-ha! Reduced to dust!
The Omniscient.
Why me?
Oh, cool.
Request denied. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. Request approved.
I'm really liking Pascal. He's a lot of fun. I love that, just his design is that, oh, I get a two-handed melee, but also always have a gun. Right, yeah.
Be gone.
But yeah, welcome. Y'all can call me Fluff. Generally, it's probably the easiest to remember. I play all sorts of different games, mostly been cycling things like Crimson Desert, Warhammer stuff. Currently doing a playthrough of Rogue Trader every Wednesday when possible. Mouse PI for Hire, I'll probably be finishing that next Monday. Crimson Desert every Tuesday and Thursday at the moment, but might change that up soon with, I believe, Voidling Bound comes out next week on Tuesday, so I'll definitely be playing that.
Battlefields are always
I'm really excited for that. It was like my favorite Next Fest demo.
Painted black.
Now that was easy.
I also stream both on YouTube and Twitch, so if you ever want to just check out old previous VODs or anything of that sort, feel free to check out my YouTube, since Twitch won't hold on to things forever. But I do pretty much strive to be a variety game streamer. I don't necessarily do other content yet. Maybe someday I'll do like reaction type stuff, but so far it's always some sort of game that I would like to play, so. But currently playing this with my brother, which you'll hear him speak up from time to time.
Yep, happy to help
Now
out.
That's interesting.
We had done a full playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. Like, we started it last year and finished it early this.
Forge ahead, never linger.
But I've enjoyed all sorts of things. Last week I did a Warhammer week, so I almost every day had something Warhammer. Aside from, there's like an update for Crimson Desert that I really wanted to check out on Tuesdays. Plus, Tuesdays works well to play a single-player game, since Steam usually does its maintenance on those days.
The anti-aircraft battery certainly was constructed a long time ago, long before the colonization of this world began. It comes as no surprise that the insurgents were barely able to operate it. Modern arms protocols are incomprehensible to the machine spirits of such an ancient construction. The blast consumes the ancient weapon. The sky above the city is safe for flying again.
I've read about this.
The machine gun grants me
Venture
insight.
forth.
I see some rebels nearby.
Yep. Western side. Sure if we
Stay
can get
sharp.
down there from here. There we go.
Don't know.
Okay. You ready? We're about to enter combat again.
Challenging me was a mistake.
Spare none of them!
All set.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
Turn rats on the streak.
I'm in, maggot.
Count me out. They won't expect this.
Thanks for checking in.
Let's set this in motion. Shall stand before me. Poised for action.
A tactically sound approach.
Get some water as well, thank you. Hmm. Hmm.
I'm not interested. That's not the Seneschal's job. At your beck and call. Grey hair? Sure have. I will do my duty. Victory is imminent.
And this Friday will be something new, as I'll be checking out 007 First Light, which might be the standard for Fridays for me, but I also know that Pixie was offering to possibly do some multiplayer stuff together on Fridays, which I would like to do, so we'll have to see how that goes next week. Yeah, so it'd be potentially next week.
Pascal's turn.
Pasta cat. Pasta cat. No, I'm gonna try a melee attack with him.
Combat is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
Yeah, he's my favorite character so far.
My vow is to serve.
Yeah, and Cabela's really neat.
Emperor, give me strength. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Yeah.
The other side awaits.
Like, Cabela, stop
sorry.
it!
Deserve that.
Ouch, Cabela, that really hurt.
Yep. There's an option to clear a path over here.
Yeah, I saw.
Let's see this
I'm
through.
double
Valves.
checking stuff.
Was the key to success.
Yep. have you saved recently?
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Let's seize the moment.
Heretical follower, Fortress World Origin Mesh. Which Fortress World? It's a bit better of an armor for Gadira to wear. We also got an officer's chainsword. We got a iconoclast helmet.
Nice.
No, this is an improvement to the deck officer's helmet for him. Because it's better armor, plus gives a fellowship bonus equal to 4 based off of his ranking.
Neat. Sorry,
Sniper
what armor
gloves.
was I? Yep.
It was a helmet, Helm of Determination for iconoclast characters.
Yeah. You mentioned for Adira some sort of
The red
armor
mesh vest. It's essentially the
Okay.
same as what she has, but slightly more to it.
Gotcha. Looking into it.
So it's just kind of an upgrade.
Yep. Yep.
Sturdy shotgun. Sniper gloves are neat. Deals more damage, but then also deals or gains a crit chance with single shots and deadeye shots. So, specifically tailored towards snipers. So yeah, those gloves are tailored towards using a sniper.
Yep.
Officer's chain sword is cool and is probably good for Abelard, but I guess I could equip it on his shotgun combo.
Yep.
Where did it go? Faux hammer. I'll give her that helmet so she's a little more protected. Or actually, let me give that to Pascal, because he's more likely to get into combat.
Yep. Correct.
Okay. Really don't need that version of the mesh vest, though we can hold on to it since it is a heretical version and we might get another character for that. Just realized she's been using the, like, negative effect staff when I've been mostly buffing.
Ah, then you might want to switch.
Yep. So her primary is now the Guardian one, because I'm almost entirely just buffing.
Yep.
With her. Let's go ahead and go down.
Yep. Your choice and path.
Another 2.5. Or we should wrap up. Now we're just back down here. It's just an alternate way.
Yep. Understood.
Yeah. I mean, it's always good to get a reminder. Thankfully, this game's been quite stable, so...
Onward to victory.
Emergency injector. Have anyone missing a cape?
Kira.
Yep. Maybe for her then.
What cape am I looking for?
It's a backpack emergency injector.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Yeah. That works.
Venture forth.
Into the western side.
Arbitrators, secure perimeter. Formation 4755. Blato, heal.
A powerfully built man among the fighters quickly surveys the battlefield, his face determined and impassive. Recalls those seen on statues of heroes of the Imperium. His gaze remains trained on you as he raises an iron fist.
Oh!
The huge cyber mastiff immediately stops snarling in your direction and goes quiet at its master's foot. Its stillness punctuated only by the thick globules of blood dripping from its metal fangs.
Proctor Exact Solomon Antha of the Adeptus Arbates. State your name and the purpose of your stay on Rykad Minoris.
I'm thinking
voice is calm
Arbates.
His voice is calm and even, yet his finger remains firmly positioned on the trigger of his weapon.
Duranthar, since I do not recall seeing you among my subordinates, I must assume that we served in different parts of Calixis. I am Ryder von Valancius. I took on Lady Theodora's title after her recent death.
So then, the new head of the dynasty is someone who has spent most of his life serving the Lex Imperialis. I suppose it is better to receive both good and bad news than just bad. I will be sure to report both of these developments to Marshal Strax. I honor the pact your predecessor made with the Adeptus Arbates. I won't keep you any longer.
What's the nature of the arrangement between the Arbates and Theodora?
Your predecessor made a formal alliance with us. She provided us with a headquarters on Dargonis and supported us in the collection and guarding of the Imperial tithe on several occasions. We, in turn, assisted Lady Theodora in enforcing the law on the worlds under her control.
What are you and your people doing here?
Removing obstructions to an official inquiry. My unit and I came here to investigate the disappearance of one particularly valuable ship, but the mutinous scum got in the way. Now we are having to deal with them too.
What do you know about the situation on the planet?
Only that the governor is failing in his responsibilities. This is a planet-wide rebellion, and it reeks of madness, or worse, of witchcraft. The rebels are blinding both themselves and others, and their ravens are the most insane and unholy thing I've ever heard.
Are you not supposed to help the governor regain control over this world? I thought that maintaining order was the foremost duty of any arbitrator.
Not every uprising demands action by the Adeptus Arbates. For now, I'm simply assessing the situation, and if our investigation requires that the rebellion be crushed, then we will intervene. Still, the governor had best put a stop to this bedlam. He is not here to just sit and look pretty.
What's this about a mission ship?
It's about a tithe ship. A vessel loaded to the brim with planetary tithes, amassed over a considerable period, suddenly went dark as soon as it departed Rykad Minoris.
What does the stolen tithe entail?
Resources that every world is under obligation to relinquish for the good of the Imperium. In the case of Rykad Minoris, they include the ceramited explosive reagents produced on Rykadi Philia, armor glass, medical supplies, and guardsmen, a living tithe to be recruited into the regiments of the Astra Militarum. Cargo like that is particularly dangerous in the hands of heretics, as it can be easily converted into wealth or used for military purposes.
I'll nod at the Cyber Mastiff. That is one fearsome looking dog. I was impressed by its performance in battle.
That skirmish just now, Glato didn't even get to show off a tenth of what he is capable of. But he is quickly catching up with me for who's killed the most heretics today.
What do you intend to do next?
Fight our way to the local Administratum Palace and ascertain whether a fire or some other disaster hasn't destroyed the documents related to the investigation. I hope the clerks were smart enough to put the records before their lives. If the Emperor favors us, we will extract the data we need, or else interrogate the survivors before we pay a visit to the governor. The questions we have for him are beginning to pile up.
Cyber Mastiff lets out a low growl and leans forward somewhere to the side. Solomorn fires a shot in the same direction without even looking. You hear a stifled gurgling rattle.
Arbitrators, eliminate the surviving rebels. Now is not the best time for conversations. With target practice standing around like this. Unless you have more questions, I will proceed with my assignments.
So the governor is a suspect?
Every citizen of this planet is a suspect. But Governor Medina is under particular scrutiny. Seizing the sacred tithe requires access to information, resources, and power. The governor fits that profile. Then there's this rebellion. Convenient. How many records and crucial witnesses do you think will be lost? Some people call it cover-up. I do not like how aptly this term describes the present situation.
I'm on my way to see the governor myself. You and your unit could accompany me.
I must refuse. Our mission and the Marshal's orders take priority, even over a request from an individual as empowered as you.
I have no more questions.
May the Emperor watch over us. That way, this meeting won't be our last.
Dialogue. Okay, so it's just a tease. We'll get them later.
Yep.
Marching ahead.
The Arbitrator's arrival was certainly a welcome sight. Hopefully they will help to put things back in order around here.
Not happening, old man. All they care about is their tithe. Even if the Coronis expanse turned upside down, they wouldn't bat an eye.
You say
Stay
that,
sharp.
Madeira, but
Some 10 people, children among them, are huddling together in fear. You see half of them have black holes where their eyes used to be. Some maintain a gloomy silence. Others are wailing. Several armed insurgents are carefully watching over the terrified hostages, snapping every now and then at someone for shaking too much or crying too loudly. Come to your senses, Eilard.
Harold.
Look at what you... Harold. Look at what you're doing to your own family. A woman of about 60, gray-haired, but still strong, is kneeling before a stocky man with a thick, pure white beard, stretching over her arms toward him. Take pity on us. Let us go. Stop talking and embrace redemption. Our children have gained true sight, while you still believe the lie. Upon seeing you, the man points his weapon at you. The other insurgents do the same. Who are you, and why are you here?
No, you tell me. Who are you, and what are you doing to these unfortunates?
I'm the chief. My former name, Harold, is meaningless now. I am a father leading his family to deliverance from woes, to salvation. Aurora has opened my eyes to the truth, and my children will see it. Harold, spare us. Spare your children.
His mind and soul are pierced by shards of a colorful deception. Hues once twisted by despair and the Immaterium's influence can never be the same again. Pascal's voice hisses furiously. Layperson, cognition is not your primary function. You are saving your kin by holding them at gunpoint and believe that burning their eyes will grant them sight. It is evident that the author of the demagogic teachings that confused you meant to make a mockery of your deplorable intellect. Abelard's face turns a deep red. To cast your own children into the thrall of heresy, to drown your progeny in this filth with your own hands.
I remember when the Vizier used to sew our own eyes shut so that his young spinners would see the truth. Cabela's voice sounds hollow, but there are glowing embers of fury in her eyes. Our ritual was one of service to him. It tempered and prepared us for our duty. What are you working here is despicable heresy, a blasphemous mockery of our sacred disciplines.
All these people your family?
All of my adopted and blood children are here. I raised them all as my own, and now I must protect them, help them see.
What are you trying to save them from? Who is behind all of this?
At Aurora's behest. Aurora is a great prophet and a great warrior. Their face is shrouded, but their gaze pierces the veil of time and sees into the future. I always knew the governor's dogs were hiding the truth from us, and now the day has come. A prophet has come to Rykad Minoris and opened our eyes. The end of the world is coming, the final dawn, and only those who accept Aurora's truth will survive it.
You have been torturing your own family in order to save them. You have been blinding them so that you could see the truth.
Those who lack faith cannot grasp the truth and will not be saved. The old man is obstinate, but you sense that the confidence in his voice has diminished.
Think about it. What good has the Final Dawn done for anyone at all? Some have died, some have had their eyes burnt out, some have gone insane.
But they said the end was near. They promised salvation. I wanted nothing else. The man's weapon falls from his hands to the ground. He clutches his head. There's no washing the blood from your hands, but you could at least let us go. Errol. The ones you haven't mutilated yet. The old man gestures to the other insurgents, who lower their weapons. Then he shifts his gaze to you, trying to hold back tears. What happens to us now?
Your family may go, and so may you, but make sure I do not ever see you again.
The hostages begin to leave, and soon the group disappears around one of the bends. The old man looks away from them and walks in the opposite direction. His shoulders shake with sobs every now and then.
My warp sight reveals something.
Keep your senses keen.
Fortune smiles on us. An ill omen.
My actions speak louder than words. Let's see this through.
And center this way.
Onward to victory.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Ha! Nothing can catch me off guard. Now that's interesting. Now that was easy. Perfect. Always striving for greatness. My actions speak louder than words. Perfect. Always striving for greatness. Let's seize the moment.
We should deal
Okay,
with
another level up.
Yep.
Good thing to check. Ooh. What's that? Ancient Terra Monocle. The wearer's lore Imperium tests depend on fellowship instead of intelligence and gain a +3 bonus. I do have higher fellowship than intelligence, but I'm also not This actually seems like a good thing for Cassia to use. Because she has decently high fellowship.
Yep.
Venture forth.
Saving and allowing us to level. Soldier's medium armor does not reduce dodge, is tempting. Tenderize and point blank are also good. Point blank makes it so that it's additional armor penetration and ignores deflection when used against enemies in a 3-cell radius around the soldier. And then tenderize is also pretty nice. They'll suffer area attacks, additional damage. So, but I think I like the idea of point blank as much as second skin also sounds good. But I think I'll go ahead and do point blank. And then I will also... Now I can wait on the other defense or shield related skills. I think I'll go with weapon personalization. Ooh, invigorating hatred's neat. If the warrior ends their turn near an enemy affected by sworn enemy, the warrior gains +9 temporary wounds. I like that. I think I'll go ahead and do that.
Yep.
think we're good to continue.
Yep, I'm ready.
Marching ahead.
Dark green, gloomy and stifling, fills this space like dense fog. The people here are drained, exhausted, bewildered.
This cogitator looks a lot older and more worn than the other ones next to it. However, it has evidently been well cared for. Numerous parts have been replaced. Not a single key is jammed, and fresh seals with prayers to the Omnissiah adorn its surface. One of the side panels have been removed. Bundles of gold-notched cables run from inside to a small data crypt that was connected only a short while ago. Awaiting access code. You have bypassed the security layers. The cogitator is ready to reveal its secrets.
Sacred computation.
Upon Logis Abel's orders, the archives of every augur station of Rykad, Minoris, and the 2 preliminary satellites of Rykad Star have been queried. Said satellites are named Magos, Malruf, and Zephyra the Keen, after 2 great champions of faith, whose external cogitators were placed inside the satellite's cores after their shells perished. The purpose of the sacred computation requested by the Logis is to uncover the external influence behind the ongoing insurgency. Computation result positive. Multiple instances of interference and malfunction detected, suggesting that the ships moving across the system deliberately blinded the sacred Augur's eyes. The first of these ships is thought to have arrived 2 Rykad Minor cycles ago, early in the winter. The most recent one arrived a month ago. August Abel's conclusion: the insurrection on the planet had been long in the making, with the participation of external actors. It is alleged that 2 cycles ago, Aurora arrived in the Rykad system, the rumored unholy prophet of the insurgents. The subsequent ship's movements can be attributed to weapon deliveries. But what is the nature of their activity near Rykadi Philia? Governor Medita's Attention must be drawn to. The file entry cuts off abruptly.
Recent observation. Oh, the other thing.
Yep. To be investigated. The entry contains planet site coordinates marked as heavy auger station jamming. Possible a hidden insurgent base. Recent observations. The satellite Magos Maruf reports that a ship has translated into the system, and its signature is consistent with the records of the flagship of a rogue trader dynasty, House von Valancius. Excuse me a moment. The satellite Zafire the Keen reports that a ship drifting nearby has hurriedly sped away. The ship had sent an encrypted Vox transmission to the insurgent-controlled areas of the surface of Rykad Minoris. Another transmission was directed to the planetoid Rykad Philia. Both transmissions were signed Brother Twilight. Their contents could not be decrypted. Shall I read this next part, or is this a repeat? Yeah, this is a repeat. Alright, continue. Yep, repeat.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
The tall, dark-skinned man turns toward you and greets you in a curt military manner. Faisal Rykadi Ab Medina Af Coronis, governor of this star system. Welcome to my temporary headquarters. The man's gaze falls on Abelard, his eyes slightly narrow. Wissarian.
Abelard nods dryly. Governor Medina, my greetings.
The governor's expression changes drastically when he sees Cassia. Lady Navigator, what an honor. I never thought that House Orcelio would grace our world with a visit. I only wish I could have received you under different circumstances.
Cassia purses her lips, and an echo of grief knocks the wind out of those present. House Orcelio is grateful for the support that you've provided to Pt.5 these many years.
Then the governor notices Cabela's clothes, and his eyes go wide. He adds, softly and cautiously, "This woman, she is your bodyguard, I presume? Or is she here too?" He stops, choosing not to finish his question. "I'm not seeing the convoy I sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find and escort you? If that is so, I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe."
The convoy was ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor and was personally executed by me.
That is an outrage. I will have personal vetting procedure changed immediately. The slightest suspicion will be grounds for arrest. Your Lordship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there's a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodora was the head of the House von Valancius. I have received no word of her demise. How is it that you are now the rogue traitor?
The ship was attacked. Theodora was killed. I claim my inheritance. That is all you need to know.
The governor frowns and a deep shadow falls over his face. Rogue traitor von Valancius, slain, unthinkable. Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences. Your Lordship. Do not hesitate to let me know how I might be of help.
I need fresh crew to replace those killed in the attack on the ship, and I need material compensation.
The governor bows his head in acceptance. Of course, Your Lordship. You will be compensated for any losses, and I will see to it personally that your ship holds are filled with the finest goods from my personal reserves.
Abelard nods in approval and remarks quietly, "Excellent, Your Lordship. A rogue trader has no use for leniency."
I can offer you several thousand fine, obedient servants. However, I'm sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until we've dealt with the insurgency on the planet. I'm sure you won't have to wait long. The rabble will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming.
Are you so confident that you will crush the insurrection soon? My own impression has been the exact opposite.
Is that so? The governor maintains his composure. I'd like to hear your reasoning.
The insurgency is headed by a certain Aurora, a prophet who, according to their followers, possesses mystical powers.
The rebels' usual superstitions. I'm sure this Aurora is a charlatan muttering some doggerel, which their dim followers think to be magic spells. This does, of course, warrant their eventual burning in the furnace of penance, but it does not point to there being anything special about this insurgency.
Scores of crazed people with scorched eyes are stalking the city.
The insurgents are maiming their own? Good.
The insurgents talk of a final dawn, the impending demise of the world.
Yet another superstition. Surely you don't expect me to believe in it.
The insurgents managed to steal a voxcaster. They've been listening to your people's communications.
It's not much, but it is something. I'll order an audit of our equipment and see to it that our communication channels are more closely monitored going forward. However, it was only the accidental success of an otherwise disorganized mob of heretics who have no understanding of the art of war.
The insurgents are using the archenemy's artifacts, enchanted lenses, to perform unholy sorcery.
I've heard about these lenses. What makes you think they're enchanted? Any fool can light a fire with a magnifying glass. That's no sorcery.
You ought to leave your bunker more often, Governor. I have only recently arrived in this system and already know much more about the uprising than you do.
The governor, Medina, hesitates before answering, his face turning purple with anger. Your lordship, he grits through his teeth. I know who you are. I have heard of your exploits, and I will not allow a stranger, let alone another rogue traitor, to speak to me in such a manner and make demands of a subject of his lordship Caligos Winterscale. He takes a breath and continues in a calmer tone. The matter is closed. Let us speak no more of it.
I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malgar. He and his soldiers valiantly defend the starport.
A sergeant who managed to impress a person of such noble standing will be recommended for decoration.
My kinsman, Conrad Voigtgear von Valancius, has betrayed our dynasty and the Imperium. If he is hiding in the system, I want him handed over to me.
Voigtgear is a traitor? Why, any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within our jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, the governor pauses to think. We have a cogitator here at the command center. It's connected to a data crypt with Logis Abel's Sanctum. It's aggregated all the electromechanic reports. Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown to me. If you manage to convince the stubborn machine, you might learn something about Kunrad's movements. At hazard, he fled from you on a ship, not on a pair of wings.
Heinrich van Kalox, an interrogator of the Most Holy Inquisition, is operating in your system. Do you know where he is?
The governor lowers his voice. I do. Master von Kalax has left for the hollowed electrodynamic cenobium. It's an ancient monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery's vicinity. But I suppose that's too petty of a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I have already sent a small detachment of reinforcements there. The weapon the insurgents were using to shoot down shuttles over the city have been destroyed. Now nothing is preventing you from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master von Kalax, you should go to the cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Notes of anxiety creep into the voice that rattles from Pascal's Vox. On behalf of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Hanuman, am officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and ensure myself that it is under zero risk of falling into heretic hands. According to the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against lay people and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained magos should provide this assistance.
I categorically object. The governor clenches his fist. As much as I respect the sanctity of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that needs to be attended by the Omnissiah's servants. We have lost many eminent tech priests. Incidentally, one of them perished in that same monastery. The mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense forces. Medina and Pascal glare at each other, then their unyielding gazes like crossed swords.
You have picked an interesting time to quarrel with the servant of the Omnissiah, Governor.
A critical situation calls for decisive action. I simply cannot let every learned tech priest go to their death the moment they hear about an endangered relic. I need people who can do more than praise the Omnissiah to look after the capital and its millions of citizens.
This Magos is part of my retinue. You have no right to give him orders.
You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that no. The governor's voice dies down in the low growl of a drilling mechachendrite. Its tip is directed straight at the bridge of his nose. Medina clears his throat and grumbles stubbornly. So this is the negotiation technique you have resorted to. You think this is the first time I have been threatened with a weapon?
No, but this could be your last. Pascal's voice is akin to the sound produced by his drilling implement, steady and calm, but ready to explode at a moment's notice with the crunching of bone and squelching of tearing flesh. I'm heading to the monastery because I must. Is that clear?
The governor mutters through gritted teeth. Abundantly so, Magos.
Why are you so determined to get to the monastery? Is it just because of the relic? No. It would be my pleasure to assist the Omnissiah servant in reaching the sanctum. Thank you for your cooperation, your lordship. The drill stops. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Magos Hanuman, officially undertake to accompany you in the Rykad system in the role of bodyguard and to protect you at all costs until your life functions cease, but only within the limits of the Rykad system. Your Hanuman, or you can read this part.
Glad you're alive. The governor raises his eyebrow and stares at the tech priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary.
Wish to know more about the monastery.
The Cenobium has been run by the Adeptus Mechanicus ever since the colony was founded. The sacred reactor, guarded by its priests, powers the entire planet. I can say no more. It is a forbidden place that even I have only been allowed to visit once before.
Why not shell the monastery if that is where the insurgents have gathered, or just deploy a landing force? Fulfilling this request puts the monastery in danger of major destruction. The consequences of this decision for the world of Rykad Minoris could be catastrophic. Pascal, what is so special about the Cenobium and the relic? What is in there that has drawn the attention of an interrogator of the Inquisition? I've never been there before, but I would presume that the sacred relic of the reactor is capable of great destruction should it end up in the heretic hands. The fury of the freed machine spirits, once released upon the sacred circuit, would destroy everything around them. The degree of damage inflicted may render the world of Rykad Minoris uninhabitable. Heresy must be purged from these blessed halls. I declare any desecrator who defiles the relic's power of Category 3 blasphemer and deserving of immediate execution. What has perplexed you about my companion's name?
The governor looks at Pascal with curiosity. According to the reports we've received, Logis Abel Hanuman set off for the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium a short while before it was stormed. I'm glad to find out that you're safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master Von Kalax?
Pascal's vox rasps in confusion. My name is Pascal Hanuman, not Abel. I know nothing about such a person. What do you know about this Abel, Governor?
I've never met him in person. That esteemed Logis supervised the work of Rykad Minoris Lex Mechanics for many years. However, he rarely left his cyber chapel, and I never had the honor of making his acquaintance. A true anchorite.
Why do you fly to the monastery? That seems suspicious.
When a Logis of the Adeptus Mechanicus wants to go somewhere, we don't ask why, your lordship.
Where can I get more information on this individual?
I would have suggested that you inspect the esteemed Logis Sanctum, but it was destroyed by the rebels. We recovered several data crypts and connected them to the conjutators at the command post. They might provide you with some information.
It is amazing that a mechanical voice from a Vox can sound so confused. That name might have been used as a signal intelligible only to its intended recipient. In that case, its bearer might be Archmagus Amarnat, initiating an investigation and data collection procedure.
Adira tenses up and listens, then turns around sharply to face Pascal. I can hear my friend's snide whispers through the door. Be careful on your search, Magos. If you stare into a shattered mirror for too long, you might see yourself in it, and every shard at once. Mending it is that much more of a tainted affair then. The new reflection is death-like. Glad to be of service to your lordship.
This is all I wanted to discuss. The Arbites, why are they here? Or Arbites, I guess, is how they pronounce it. Is it alright if I read for Solomorn?
Makes sense, because he's probably going to be one of your characters one day.
The arbitrator marches forward relentlessly and halts one step away from the governor, looking down at him. Governor Medina, in the name of the Lex Imperialis, I, Proctor Solomorn Anthar, arrest you on suspicion of involvement in the theft of the shipment of the Imperial tithe. Taking into account the state of emergency on this planet, I'll permit you to retain your authority under my direct supervision. From this time forth, you will give the Adeptus Arbites your full cooperation, in particular, by transferring command of the strike groups and other resources to me.
Medina, though deathly pale, proudly raises his chin. Arrest me? Transfer my resources? Your demands undermine my efforts to suppress the rebellion. Excuse me, Proctor, but this accusation of stealing the sacred tithe is simply... He stops, talking under the arbitrator's oppressive, merciless gaze.
Denying guilt only adds to suspicion against you, Governor. Now let us go over everything one more time. The tithe was stolen from your world. You are culpable for this incident, whether you were personally involved or not. You'll provide resources I have requested without objection, as this measure serves to reestablish control over the planet. Comply, or I'll consider your refusal an obstruction of the investigation and take steps accordingly.
It seems I am left with no other option than to obey your will. As his law-abiding servant, I honor the word of the Lex Imperialis. Medina shoots you a quick glance. Unless his lordship has anything to say on the matter, that is.
I would never think to oppose a servant of the Lex, as one myself.
The governor puts his hands behind his back, either to appear more confident or to hide the tremor in his fingers. In that case, please accommodate yourself, Proctor. But before I give you access codes, I must...
Give a protracted self-exonerating statement? There's no need. All information required for you to be will be obtained during questioning, without witnesses, be it your personal guard or the rogue trader, just you, me, and Glyto. The Cybermastiff lets out a heavy growl that sends a shiver down your spine. What is your plan, Proctor? Stop the heretics from taking over the starport and other locations critical to the investigation. At the same time, we will crush the heretics' resistance. Most of them are hiding among the commoners, and a series of concentrated strikes against the residential districts and infirmaries will send them running. That is when we'll finish off the rebel carrion.
Blood of the throne. I will be governing over nothing but ruins and corpses by the time you're done.
Have faith in my methods, Governor. I'm not going to depopulate your world. After all, it needs to be able to continue paying the tithe. What do you think the rebels are hiding among the civilians? They could have shelters elsewhere. I know this from a few intercepted Vox exchanges and a couple of scumbags we've interrogated. But first and foremost, I know from experience, such mutinous rabble always feeds off its families and associates, who also provide a source of recruits to support its ranks. And of course, there's the heretics, a contemptible habit of using local population as a shield. We need to flush them out of their nests and starve them of resources.
Your choice. Remember, you don't always have to lean one path or another, but it sometimes helps to focus.
Killing innocents is unacceptable even for the sake of saving a world. Only +1. The arbitrator's voice rings with steel. Aversion to collateral damage is a weakness that heretics exploit to the fullest. While we stand here pitying and hesitating, the enemy is busy fortifying their position and replenishing their losses. Stalling dictated by mercy only magnifies the damage of the world will suffer. Either way, still got 2. Or still got 1. So you're just going to sit the whole thing out in this bunker? Yes, this is far from what I was expecting from this assignment. The things we do for the mission. I wish you luck with your investigation, Proctor. I mean, technically we've already viewed this, but I guess I can go through this just in case. Private archive results of Abel's data trance.
I cannot see the secret design, but I can sense it. Shackled in stasis, the minds of the initiated are slumbering in the neural harness of their vows. I am registering an impulse of change. I surmise a potential influence on the stasis of the secret design. There came a time when the spiral was turned into a circle, but the cycle can be discontinued. Reading. The revelation granted by the Omnissiah to Logis Abel in the course of his data meditation has been recorded verbatim. Logis Abel is seeking an audience with the Venerable Da Impulse 6, who may assist in the interpreting of the revelation. A request has been sent to the governor's palace for a shuttle flight to the electrodynamic cenobium. A message has been sent to the Furibundus system.
Cycle can be discontinued. I recognize the words. The voice from the Vox is soft and pensive, barely audible over the static noise. I believe I know the intended recipient of the messages of Furibundus system. It was me. Omnissiah, grant me the wisdom to fathom this mystery.
Let's see this through.
I guess we just go back to the ship now. There's nothing else. We were thorough, so back to the ship, and then we go to somewhere else on the planet.
Yep.
Raided the ram and hull of our ship. Should help us out a bit.
Yep. fine either way.
If I go to the Thunderfang and possibly manage some stuff from them.
Sounds good.
New fencing body glove.
Yep. Chai.
So, got some heretic trophies. Don't see any Xeno artifacts. More heretic trophies. That's 1,000 alone, which is good. Do we have any jewelry? Jewelry. Some ship components should get us ranked up once. Actually, this will go above that, but that's fine. Let's see. And everything else that we can get doesn't matter right now because we don't have enough profit factor.
Yep.
I could push to the 4th tier so that way we have the shield unlocked, though.
You could.
It's not...
Always be careful.
It just requires 250 more,
Yep.
so we can do that.
You can always be careful because you may need some of these resources on future events as well.
Sure.
But that's your choice.
There's not much else that it's asking for, so...
Yep.
I think that's fine.
Yep.
And then the final thing doesn't even mention what else we would get for the next rank.
Yep. Not from here.
For now.
Yep.
But we got some cool stuff. There's just a War World Origin, a Great Sword, a Medal of Alacrity, which is a officer thing, I think.
Yep.
Noise suppression helmet kills an enemy within a 1 cell radius with a shot. They gain +1 resolve till the end of combat. So with a shot, so it mentions like point blank range. And then the reflective shield is going to be neat to eventually get. But for now, we did get a Mars pattern axe. We got a Reaper cape. Grants 12% dodge reduction to the wearer's melee area attacks. That seems meant for Cabela. I would say that's better than the warp damage protection.
Understood. What's the cape called?
A Reaper cape.
Yep.
A one-handed force sword. It's pretty much meant for your Psyker.
Yep.
Each critical hit scored with a sword increases Veil degradation by percentage of, or points of Psi rating. The next attack with the sword deals Veil degradation times Psi rating more damage. Sword deals an additional Psi rating damage.
Yep. And it has a special ability, Psychic Force. I'll have to look
Charge,
into
I
that.
believe, is a warrior ability, so Abelard boots. So it's not super special, but it's a good axe if we were going to have someone use an axe. And then also the chain sword is also still good. So I'll favorite both.
Yes, please. I'm even considering the axe as a secondary, but it doesn't work the best with blade dance. So I'll keep thinking on it.
So I've realized the Noble Sword's cool, but it does additional willpower bonus. And of our group, either you or Idira has higher willpower. So as fun as it's been using the Noble Sword,
Yep.
this might be better for your Psyker.
Correct.
Whereas the Officer's Chain Sword is still pretty good for him. I may actually just use the shovel on Abelard for a while.
Yep.
Plus the pistol, and then I can just have the chainsword as a backup weapon for him. Or even give him the sniper. Just
Either's
as
an
a
option.
potential, or the shotgun.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll keep the Officer's Chainsword. I just need to give him something in his offhand. Could give him the Mezzoa pattern sword, and so he has just extra parrying capabilities.
But in that case, I suggest you have the other chain sword, and I will find
Yeah,
another
the
blade.
double chain swords.
Yep.
Yeah. I just like the whole thing of having the faux hammer, so he can parry shoot.
Yep.
At least I think that works with what he can do. Alright. To Rykad. We could go to the bridge for a bit and interact.
Mm-hmm.
Although from the ship it looked like we could, or from that view, you could level up characters.
Yep. I was looking at things, but yep.
I'm just
Either way works.
checking
Lord
if there's
Captain.
anything.
Lord Captain.
I still can from
Probably.
this window as well.
Well, I can talk to Pascal, but if you want to level up first, and then I can talk to him.
You can talk to him, and I'll try to level up. It might not
The
let me.
Messiah knows
Yeah.
all, comprehends all.
It's
Go ahead and
May your
okay. Well,
'Cause it shouldn't
I'll
take too
try
long.
to be quick. I have to do this carefully, of course.
if you need me to answer on anything, I can.
Mhm.
Depending on what we're wanting, we could make certain choices, like if we want her using flamers and stuff, we can give her skills towards that.
Yep.
Look at like her special things of the Ministorum Priest as well, if any of those have any like tenets of retribution, more critical damage with bolt weapons, and then base melta weapons and flamer damage is increased by a percentage. So that's something to keep in mind. So she's bolt weapons, melta, and flamer. And in that regard, then there's melta, flamer, and that sort of thing. So she doesn't actually have the ability to use meltas yet, but she could.
Yep.
But separately, looking if there's... She's not a power weapon user, or plasma, I mean, but she can use power weapons. I'm not sure. Those are like power mauls, power swords, and the like. That might be what it refers to.
Yep.
Weber's not likely what she's using. Trying to see if there's much. She already has flame weapon proficiency, which you may have chosen for her.
Some of that actually was already on her.
Yeah, she just starts with it somewhere.
Yep. Part of it, I think, was just inherent. I didn't have to grab anything, and she didn't get it from anything. She just had it as a initial talent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she just has the feature. Like, it's not even listed here. So it's just something she started with. With that in mind, she could get flame weapon expert.
Yep. I will look into that.
They use 1 AP less to use. There's not much else that I'm seeing for flame weapons specifically.
Yep.
So, dual weapon combat, if we have her often dual wielding, is potentially good.
Understood.
But then it also requires melee weapons specialist. Which sounds more like this will be better for like the eventual Space Wolf guy. Because it's mentioning axes or hammers. So you take that, then you take the dual weapon, and then it lets you get dual weapon specialist. But dual weapon combat doesn't matter specifically. But the idea is that an additional attack with a second weapon will suffer no penalties or increased cost if the first attack was either an axe's sweep or a hammer's harsh shove. So if you initiate with either of those, then you'd use... That allows you to have no penalties from dual weapon combat, and also is tied to that melee weapon specialist effect. Yep. That already costs less AP. So the only real benefit is dual weapon combat. But you won't be able to fully minimize its effects.
Indeed.
Otherwise, just consider what else she has. Yep. She has her special things of litany or cleansing faith. But that's chain and power weapons, with power weapons being power swords and hammers and mauls and that sort of thing.
Yep.
So that's a melee focused thing for her.
What's it called again?
Cleansing Faith. It's one of her
Thank you.
origin talents.
Yep.
Litany of Hatred is if she's using the War Hymn or Furious Recital. The priests themselves and their allies in a 5-cell radius deal bonus damage based off of the Zeal stacks, more weapon damage, doubled against demons, psychers, and Xenos. I would say these are probably worth considering because these are all exclusive to her, I think. Well, actually,
Yep.
they say Ministorum Priest, but that's, I think, the male version, which you can have. She
Yep.
is not as special.
Yep.
But she does have some unique starting stuff because of her being a
Yep.
Sister of Battle. Which is interesting because she has Field Medic, which mentions being a warrior, but she isn't.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So has Imperial World, Humanity's Finest. But she has the special Adepta Sororitas, which gives, like, Bolter, Flamer, and Melta. So those are her specialties. In combat, she gains a lot of willpower. So that's where that power sword technically can be good for her. Because she suddenly buffs up her willpower while in combat. So that may be a reason to actually have that the noble sword on her instead.
Yep.
Granted, we do have her with the Wrath of Saint Drusus.
Yep. It might get moved around later, and I'm fine with her using what she's currently using, but up to you.
The Wrath of Saint Drusus is kind of a weird one, though, because you get no ability to AoE strike.
Yep.
And instead just increases damage from all sources against any hit targets, so you just kind of debuff them, which is still good for her. It's still nice. I would say possibly equip her with a hand flamer instead, because she doesn't have much benefit with the las weapons. And instead, maybe we give her back one of the bolters as her primary.
That is an option. Yep.
Or just double flamer is fine too. It's just...
No. Yeah, but also no. I don't think that's necessary. The main benefit in that regard would be, ammo. Switching is faster than reloading, but I don't think that's necessary. I like the laser because sometimes enemies will be in cover, and lasers are good at getting them
it's
while they're
just
in
she's
cover.
not specializing in that. So the synergy...
And in many regards, she's using that weapon set to parry attacks while she moves away and whatnot.
I know. I'm just noting that with her abilities, she specifically wants to use bolters, flamers, chain, melta, or power weapons. Las weapons do not count amongst any of those categories.
Indeed.
So, ideally we want her equipped with other weapon choices.
Yep.
Which is why I'm saying it's like, maybe give her the flame pistol instead.
Yep.
Because then she builds up zeal.
Yep. What's it called? Sorry.
Just hand flamer.
Okay. That sounds reasonable.
Then your choice if you want to keep using the flamer or you switch to the bolter.
Might as well switch to the bolter for the meantime.
And there's just a standard bolter that's better than her Unfading Valor.
It's better?
It says 9 to 14 damage, whereas her Unfading Valor is 6 to 10. Because that was her starting bolter.
Yep.
It's just a specially named one that she starts with. It doesn't necessarily make it better. She may... Well, and that's where it's like, the neat thing about that Precise Las pistol is that it has both pistol shot and Deadeye shot, which pairs well with the sniper, because it's single shots and Deadeye shots, but you can also still get the Deadeye, or the single shot with the bolter, plus we may be able to get bolt snipers at some point.
Correct.
Which would be even better for her in that regard.
Yep. Was there a flame talent you wanted me to grab with her?
So, I think there was like one.
She has flame weapon proficiency automatically. I think
I think it was just expert.
And then I think I grabbed expert. But let me see.
Oh, this is my character.
I'm struggling to see it at the moment, but I
So
feel like
in the
I've got
first
it.
set of talents, flame weapon expert. It's alphabetical. So that's only if you don't have like anything you specifically want from her soldier skills first.
There we go.
I would say maybe get rapid reload.
I hear you.
That's probably ideal first.
Sure, why not?
Getting it early is probably the best choice. Especially when it's available. And then save the other talents for when it's like common. When possible. But yeah, just that ability to reload more often or for a lot cheaper is good. And then the first reload in a combat's free.
Yep.
Because she's more gun focused most of the time anyways. Because of her being a soldier. Now when we switch her up to possibly being Arch-Militant, we could have her be Bounty Hunter. If we find that we like her being gun-focused, but Arch-Militant is focused on area attacks, which really fit Melta's, and burst attacks and flamers.
Yep.
Because I think they all count. Well, yes, I'm also planning on doing that. I'll be a very different style of Arch-Militant.
Yep.
Whereas bounty hunters seem to be more sniper oriented.
Concentrated fire would work for her, I think, even with the flamethrower. Because I believe that counts as area attacks. I'm considering entrenched or rapid fire.
I would
instead.
say go with concentrated. Especially since we're probably leaning into Arch-Militant for her.
Yep. Thank you.
Dash is nice. but
Yes, it
we
is.
often don't have her in the thick of a fight. So.
Yep.
And then probably just give her awareness. Then ballistic skill.
Athletics.
Now we can give her one of her... Give flame weapon expert. And then maybe we will either lean her further into Melta or Bolter, depending on what we find. Although oddly, she doesn't actually get Melta proficiency right away. So either get armor penetration from that, or if we get her Melta proficiency, she will also potentially get Melta weapons attacks gain +4 maximum damage, which is potentially good if it rolls well, right?
Yep.
Meltas are designed that way. They melt.
Yep.
But yeah, that'll be up to you later to decide. But I would say flame expert probably for the first common trait talent.
Mm-hmm.
Then let's see. Rack and Ruin. Probably good since she's AoE damage, so if she damages 3 different enemies, their next attack will deal 18% more damage.
Understood.
Possibly is good. I don't know. That's maybe better for... Given its name, it's kind of more of a shotgun trait.
Yep.
But it still is good. So it's still good because that's just, it buffs her damage for the next attack, no matter what. So like she hits with an AoE and then she does more damage the following attack, whatever that happens to be.
Yep.
So I'd say Rack and Ruin for her full talent option, and then for her next common, that's up to you. I don't think there's any other flame thing. Grenadier's interesting. If she's the first one to use a grenade in combat, it won't spend AP and does not count towards the attack limit. That's interesting, but not required. Dual weapon is still an option, so then she can like melee strike and then flamer shot. But we don't have her often. The dual weapon.
Yep.
There's also chain weapon expert. That also gives +4 maximum damage, similar to the Melta one. And then otherwise, if we want to lean her into power weapon use, there's armor penetration similar to Bolter's.
Yep.
Oh,
I'm leaning towards
actually, Prometheum
phase.
treatment.
Oh.
Fire damage suffered by enemies currently immobilized or slowed by this character's... Oh, never mind. It's a Weber. Never mind.
Yep. Thank you, though.
I was just trying to see if there's any other flamer movement points.
So what I need to do is get this with Adira, and then they will take more fire damage from Argenta.
Yeah. Yep.
So. Yep. Thank you. Interesting idea. I'm leaning towards
probably
cleansing faith.
Yeah, go for
But
that.
go ahead. Thank you.
He just becomes more of a flamer, like burn and holy
It
fire.
encourages her to use chain weapons or power weapons. So power sword or a chain sword.
Power axe, chain axe as well.
And
Plus
this
a
will then
fire
add
weapon.
stacks of fire.
Yep.
And it will do double against demons, psychers, and xenos, which I already have her have no heresy. So it just all leans into that
Yep.
anti those types of enemies. So I'm leaning on that for now.
There is tenets of retribution for her to consider as well, but that can be grabbed later as well. That's part of her.
Where is that located?
In the same section.
Yep. Thank you.
Base Melta weapon and flamer damage is increased by 3%.
Yep. Neat. Thank you. She might even be able to grab it next level, but for now...
Well, that depends on if you don't have any... Oh yeah, it's a common talent next.
Yep,
so
I
there's
see
that. Okay, well, given the time, we have about 30 minutes, which may be talking to Pascal. So...
Yep. A moment longer. Let me find that one talent again with the Weber. It was called Prometheum or something. Prometheum treatment. Alright, marked, starred. Alright, all is good. Feel free to continue.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
I have some questions about your visit to Rykad Minoris.
The request is approved. I am ready to provide the necessary information.
Alright, to Rykad Minoris.
I came heeding the call of my mentor, the blessed Archmagos Amanat. We were supposed to meet on Rykad Minoris and discuss my mission.
People who wanted to kill you at the port weren't renegades. It was just a cover.
Thank you. Information acknowledged. I will analyze it and take additional security measures.
What do you think of this Abel Hanuman?
I propose that it was the blessed Amonat who assumed this name. This name is assigned to me. His presence in the hands of heretics is categorically unacceptable. The canon of technological security commands that every effort be made to rescue a high-ranking bearer of knowledge.
Oh, now.
Acknowledged.
I want to know more about your past.
The request is approved. I have no outright restrictions on disclosing this information.
Where are you from?
Information about my origins is worthless. I belong to the priesthood of explorators and came to the Coronis Expanse over 200 years ago. Any events preceding that moment are insignificant.
How'd you end up in the Coronis Expanse?
I was honored to become a member of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. Adeptus Mechanicus summoned the faithful for an exploratory venture into the depths of the Coronis expanse. I joined the fleet in fulfillment of my sacred vows of comprehension.
Why are you not with the fleet then?
Archmagus Amanat, my blessed mentor, commanded me to crew the orbital station Altar Templum Calixus X-17. This venerable temple station was founded in the early years of our expansion into the Coronis expanse. It is currently a rear observation post of the Cognizance fleet in orbit around the star Furibundus.
Who are the explorators?
The sacred fraternity of explorers. The cult Mechanica sends us out to the frontiers of the known sectors as researchers and conquerors. We are the warriors of the Code, who return to the lost worlds and devote themselves to recovering the lost ancient knowledge. Explorators are granted the privilege of being more independent than many of our tech comrades. However, it has earned us a reputation as unstable and poorly controlled troublemakers whose unorthodox views are dangerously close to apostasy.
Tell us about your mechadendrites.
They are my younger brothers and guides on the way to the Omnissiah. Their machine spirits are directly bound to my neocortex and pick up impulses from my subconscious. Sometimes they act ahead of my thoughts. This is how the Omnissiah leads me to comprehension.
We can stop there.
Acknowledged.
Tell me more about the Adeptus Mechanicus.
I am honored to belong to the priesthood of Mars, guided by its tenets. We safeguard technology against the impure and the unenlightened.
Why did you mention Mars?
That is where the cult of the Omnissiah originated, and where we were granted the first revelations. Many millennia ago, we made an alliance with the Emperor of Terra, and have served the Imperium ever since, paying a tribute of machinery, weapons, and void ships. Everything that bears the blessed seal of machinery comes from our hands, and it is we who make sure the operating rituals are performed as they were meant to. We are everywhere. We are the Mars-forged steel bars that give the Imperium strength.
What do you mean, guard it? It's not buried treasure, it's not a secret.
It is both a treasure and a secret. Technology is how the divinity of the Omnissiah manifests itself in this world. This is why the uninitiated may only be allowed to touch the most vulgar and mundane of its instances. We, on the other hand, are authorized to use the sacred catechism of maintenance and operation. Although there is another reason to deny lay people the sacrament of knowledge, it can be dangerous. Twisted by renegades, the Omnissiah's wisdom is called heretic, and the exposure to it may corrupt the uninitiated. Another danger is knowledge, strangely interpreted and inscrutably twisted by the minds of Xenos. This bane is called xenotech.
Choose carefully.
Mm-hmm. Banning things you cannot understand is the opposite of seeking knowledge. Technology is merely a tool that can be employed without risk by a wise wielder.
That is a bold hypothesis. And yet the Omnissiah teaches us that a dauntless mind can penetrate any knowledge through analysis. Where the ignorant see heresy, the enlightened might see truth.
You hold a high position in your fraternity.
This electu indicates that I am a Magos, who has mastered the sacraments of many spheres of knowledge, and has the right to conduct services in a forged cathedral.
What is the Omnissiah in your understanding?
He is the divine mechanism, the maker of technology. The universe was made to resemble a mechanical marvel because the Omnissiah rules over it. Knowledge is the highest form that he uses to manifest in the world. For now. Someday, he will come to this world in the absolute fullness of his splendor. The Adeptus Mechanicus worshipped the Emperor. He is the earthly manifestation of the Omnissiah, who brought humanity into the light of divine grace.
What is behind the Adeptus Mechanicus' enthusiasm for replacing flesh with augmentations?
Organic tissue is an imperfect replica.
Well, in the
of
next
machine,
expansion we get this.
transient and vulnerable. Metal is more stable, more effective, and more durable. Flesh speak is flawed next to binaric language. Meat begets weakness, it softens the mind and undermines discipline. But you can replace metal when it wears down. In addition, a machine is a supreme form of knowledge, and by assuming mechanical form, we become closer to the Omnissiah. However, like all things sacred, our augmentations must not be defiled by the eyes of the ignorant. Which is why we reveal only the crudest of tools, while holier mechanisms remain concealed beneath our crimson robes.
I'm curious to see your augmentations.
The right to witness the miracle of flesh being fused with holy metal is granted only to those who have ascended to the rank of initiate. However, your lofty status of rogue trader allows me to make a partial exception and reveal my sacred stigmata.
Reverently parts the
Pascal.
robes. Scarlet folds it on his chest. You see emaciated white meat gnawed through by metallic shunts and flexible wires. Blood runs through the transparent pipes, enriched with the nutrients required by the pallid flesh. The sight of a body transformed into appendage to an incredibly complex mechanism built using unfathomably ancient blueprints is mesmerizing. Every component of this machine serves the dual purpose of preserving life in Pascal's fragile flesh and preventing all threats to his well-being. Omnissiah has been generous to you. His creation is keeping you safe from death.
The Omnissiah has been generous to you too. He has granted you understanding.
You have a strange way of speaking. Is that because of the augmentation, or does your faith dictate how you should express yourself?
Partially true. I had a voice modulator implanted alongside the respiratory purification module, but there is an additional reason. Gothic is not my first language. I'm used to thinking and making statements in lingua technis. The binaric language is more informative, more ergonomic, and less prone to misinterpretation. Acknowledged. May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Part of me wants us to push on to the next fight, but it's ultimately your choice.
Yeah, we could.
My character, Argenta, and what do you want for the third of my units? Adira or Cabela? Your choice. I'm happy with either. It's good.
Pascal's required.
Yep.
My house would be proud of me.
Venture forth. Reality had different plans.
And briefly return to the void ship and then come back since we're just here. Get rid of my debuff.
Yep. Might be a good idea. We don't know how long we'll be here.
Let's seize the moment.
Do we talk to these people?
They're saying they're guarding.
Okay, sorry.
I mean, I
Understood.
could. And that's all that
Yep.
said.
Understood.
Onward to victory.
Guide my strikes true against the heretics who have encroached upon these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hands.
Your hues are so vivid, Sister Argenta. The hatred that fuels your words and impulses burns like a supernova.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Some kind of electric weapon.
Yep. I want to save soon if you...
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last Electro Priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the Corpse Emperor!
Another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
The tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. A supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread, marked by several reddish-brown stains. A force sword and a vox hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest.
Interrogator Van Kallox, I presume.
Yes. Well, since you know who I am, and are in no hurry to kill me, I infer that you serve the Emperor, not his enemies. Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrichs Van Kallox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Trader Ryder von Valancius.
Von Valancius? To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
He watches your expression closely.
Theodora is dead, slain in battle by enemies of humanity.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of rogue trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I'm here to collect you. I'm under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
Heinrich.
Starting with her. You have provided exactly the kind of specialist that this situation requires.
His voice acting sounds a little different because of the DLC.
Yep.
I am the Domin's shadow. If he says the word, I will protect you. If he says the word, I will take you to the Undying One.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor. I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the final dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted final dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
Tech Priest visor flashes and turns a bloody scarlet. A soft hum of some activating systems is heard from under his robe. Precisely what were you doing at the monastery?
I arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is swarming with heretics. The soldiers I requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now.
What did you do to him?
I convinced him to cooperate. I can influence living bodies, and I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins.
Can help you with Aurora. Let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Right. So, he is a psyker. He, I believe, uses the same focus as mine, of biomancy or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chance you'll like him, but I'll
Okay.
understand if you don't care. Or
So who
I'm
should we
fine with
trade
you.
out? Because I
Yep.
still like Cassia for the bonus turns. We can't trade out Pascal.
Yep. I'm fine with my character slipping off again. Cabela or Argenta are fine. I support whatever you choose.
I think this works.
Yep.
So that'll allow me to quick save and level him up.
Yep.
He is
Take
a
your
warrior,
time.
so he's a psyker tank.
Right.
Or
Take your time.
sort of.
Yeah, very much sorta. And as always with psychers is, you can invest in your actual archetype, or oftentimes you can invest on your psyker side instead. And it's a balance of trying to decide which you work up.
He has a lot of options.
Yes. So if anything, take your time with this and probably
I
will
could give him
end-
Epicenter of Slaughter. That's always a good
Yep.
one. Although he has bunch of special things, because he has Destined, Edge of Dawn, Eternal Glory, Hymns of Hatred, Psalms of Heroes, Sanctified Slayer, while also having his other Imperial World origins, and he has his Psyker stuff. So looking at what he has to start with, he has a power sword, or a force sword. He has an auto pistol. And he has a Biomancer staff, which is Siphon Life abilities So for his offhand, I can give him the Deadshot stub revolver. Should be a better... It is definitely a better choice. And then he's a Force Sword user. So he's starting... Oh no, he doesn't have Blade Fury Flurry yet. I don't mind kind of building him as a Psyker tank.
Yep. And he has some neat options, and apparently he's also Synctic powers as well as Biomancy already. So
Yeah,
I think
he has
this would
a few
work.
different things.
So in
He
many
has
regards,
Sanguine Siphon.
you might favor his psychic powers more so than his warrior abilities. So always take a look and compare. You can even peek ahead and look at available abilities and see what you might be wanting to build toward.
All the Psyker's attacks, including attacking psychic powers, now poisons the enemy.
Yep.
Well, that's interesting because I could potentially turn him into an Executioner.
Yep. Indeed.
If I go check... Yeah, he has Executioner, and that's DOT. So that'd be kind of cool. Whereas, like, Abelard would be Vanguard.
Yep. Indeed.
So
I
like...
have that talent as well, but that works together, if anything. It's fine, and it is useful. So, yep. If we're applying poisons and other such things. Yep.
And
Let's
for
see,
immunity is neat.
I believe warrior. Yeah. It can become an executioner.
Corpus conversion.
Yep. Yep. Look at some of his
Deterioration. All these sound good. Sanguine Siphon. There's also his kind of just Psyker stuff. So Blade of Light.
Yep.
That's good for him. Heroic Act by the Psyker decreases Veil degradation by 3. That's handy. Inscribed Soul. Interesting. That's a risky... Harm yourself to then make your next thing not cost. So that allows you to, like, kind of sacrifice a little bit to then prevent a powerful negative effect. So,
what's it called again?
Inscribed Soul.
Thank you. Looking for it.
Obscured Threat doesn't seem worth it for him. That's more of something for Adira.
Yep.
Same with Psychic Barrage is for ranged. But...
Yep.
Psyker, Minoris, those things can be still useful. Sacred Rituals. Spent on the psychic powers when Veil degradation is 10 or lower. So that's a potential refunding that's useful. Second Sight's neat because it turns you into even more of a psyker sniper.
Yep.
For psychic power. I mean, he's not going to be that, but that's cool.
No, definitely not.
As long as it has 2 cells, you get additional +3 range. So
Yep.
that is useful.
Yep. It's neat. I think I grabbed it with Adira, as it makes sense
Stabilizing
for her to...
factor for psychic power used each turn increases veil degradation by 2 points less. If this talent reduces the effect to less than 0, veil degradation is instead decreased by 1.
Neat. Yep. Oh, well, yeah. It will always be 1 at
And
least.
then, like,
but yep.
resolve another thing, subtle manipulation. Subtle manipulation is not going to be good for him. He's going to be melee leaning.
Correct. His force sword does
I see. So it's like can use a damaging psychic power while being threatened in melee range, and it won't trigger. So it's actually useful.
Yep.
But
Yep.
I would say possibly Blade of Light early.
That
I'm just
sounds
seeing what
fitting.
else he has. He has Contempt.
Let's see, which one are you working on?
This is
Normal talents.
normal, so
Yep. When it gets to a common talent point, I might suggest going on and doing Psyker Minoris, as that will help in his effectiveness of his Psyker abilities. But continue looking.
no, I can give him Field Medic.
You could. He, as a biomancer, can heal in other ways as well.
Yep.
It actually wouldn't be a terrible idea though, because like one of them was his like heal that does a little bit, but all the more it has even more functionality if their health reaches full, then it starts carrying effects.
Yeah.
So you could use a Medicaid to get them to full and then do the heal and strip off other effects. So I don't know. It's not a bad idea. So it's up to you if that's something you want.
Rage seems like it's possibly good for him.
The Psyker ability I talk about is called Invigorate. But that has additional effects only if they're...
I'll go ahead and do Blade of Light
full.
to start with.
Yep.
Followed by
Either way.
probably Weapon Skill. Now he has the option of taking Reckless Strike or Sworn Enemy. But he also has Breakthrough. Gains the Slash ability, which costs 0 AP and has 2 charges for the current round. Slash cannot be used in the same round as Charge. But Slash dashes through an enemy, the cell, the enemy's opposite side, and makes a melee attack with 50% less or reduced damage. But pretty much allows you to kind of be more mobile.
Are you talking about abilities at the moment?
Yes.
Because remember, the psychic abilities are available too at this point.
Yep. There's Purge Soul.
Yep.
And Shield of the Emperor.
Yep.
But then he also has Biomancy unlocked, but he can also choose Divination, Pyromancy, or Telepathy. He has Santic powers and Biomancy, so probably doesn't want to do more than that.
Yeah, probably ignore the rest of them. But he can continue working up Biomancy or Sanctic powers. And that's a good mix right there. So, yep.
Maybe invigorate.
Yep. That's the one I was talking about. But you might enjoy the other options,
Enfeeble.
and yep.
I'll start with invigorate
powers
and then probably
might lead into the tank side of things that you wanted for him. So Shield of the Emperor. But I don't know. This is your choice.
only Word of the Emperor, which I guess he has.
What causes that? Yep, let me look into it. I think he just has it as a feature. Character features. Word of the Emperor. Cost 1 AP. All allies in a circle within 5 cell radius around you. Gain resolve until the end of combat. Every additional stack of this effect increases the resolve bonus by +2.
Ooh, Edge of Dawn is also neat. Enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer 10% more damage.
Yep.
Eternal Glory is also neat. Destined. Armor increases by 5%. This bonus increases by 5% at the start of every round of combat except the first. I do like the sounds of some of those, but...
Yep.
Well, we don't have anyone else that's currently a warrior, right?
That would be Abelard and him.
In the current party.
And correct. And in general, you might often not have both Heinrichs and Abelard.
I normally wouldn't.
Yep.
So tempting, but
yep.
So were you saying maybe the Psyker Minoris first?
During a common talent, and it doesn't have to be initially, but it may not even matter for how many levels up they force you to do anyways. So your choice. What ability did you grab by chance?
Invigorate.
Alright, then yes, even that would grow stronger.
Should I consider some of his special... So this is now another regular talent. So it has things like thick skin. It's probably a good idea to have the parry. But I could also get Epicenter of Slaughter.
Yep.
But I also have like Enrage, so it's more of a berserker kind of style.
Yep.
Selected field medic.
He's gonna miss out on some of the warrior abilities, so he might not benefit from the slaughter thingy, whatever, as much. I'll have to review what it does exactly.
It just They gain +1 stack of epicenter slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of their turn, the warrior gains +1 temporary wounds for each stack. Stacks to 3.
Okay. So every time they
And
are
it scales
attacked.
off of toughness.
Yep.
So the better the toughness, the more.
His toughness is 35, so he's already a little on the lower side of things for that. That's still fixable, but that's up to you if you want to invest in that direction.
Yeah. But then otherwise I can just have him have thick skin for parries and deflection.
Yep.
That
I think
scales
that
off
would
of his
serve
armor.
him better. But
now he has Daring Breach upgrade, so then it's a choice of different things. Movement points until the end of the turn. The warrior does not provoke attacks of opportunities. That's probably the best choice for him to start with.
Probably.
But then
look through him though.
Gains MP for each kill and may use their MP after attacking or using abilities. So
I don't know if he's getting enough kills for that to really work, but maybe.
It would be like if I got the first plus the second to just keep him moving.
True. Yep.
For 1 round becomes the priority target. That's a tanking one. And then otherwise, melee attacks deal an additional strength bonus. Which I don't know how high
is 40.
So
it's currently
decent.
40, so +4. That's up to you if you want to push
I
him
think
in that direction.
the start one of getting 10 movement points and then provokes attacks, provoking, and then potentially give him the MP per kill.
And choose carefully, since you generally will get 2 modifiers from this. You won't be able to grab them all. So, yep.
Now I will... So this is once again a regular talent, but I might as well focus more on his Psyker side.
Is my suggestion, but feel free to still look.
So... Probably get... Like, because I want to have him be Executioner, so I'm going to go Biophysical Distortion.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Some toughness. So he can also now get Enfeeble.
Yep. Let's see, is there any other good options? I don't think so.
Otherwise, there's Purge Soul and Shield of the Emperor. And then there's his warrior stuff.
Probably Shield of the Emperor, but the choice is yours. Let's see, what does... Sorry, trying to check. So, Enfeeble is based off of just Psyker. It is based off of Psi rating, so fair enough. Some of the other parts, Psi rating. So very much into trying to get the Psi rating up. Let's see, all creatures within the area of effect. So you'll sometimes have to be careful making sure where you're standing. You don't want to be enfeebling allies if you use that one.
Of course, I can
Shield
also...
of the Emperor.
Well, I can't yet, but eventually I need to build further with the the Psyker, Terminus, Majoris, etc.
Yep, we have to work at that. I will look and see. Majoris requires level 14 for him, I think. Let me see if he's a sanctioned psyker. I assume so. Features.
Yeah, he is. Because he's an Inquisitor.
Alright. Good. So yes, he could get as soon as level 14. Which we're very close to becoming level 14. So if you really wanted to push in that direction, you could, but nonetheless 14 is the soonest you can grab the next Psi rating increase. And
I think I want Edge of
ability-wise-
Dawn.
Yep.
More toughness. Possibly more carouse, because it makes him resist negative effects applied by some poison stimulators and alcohol. Otherwise, more athletics isn't a bad idea. Because Abelard was our main athletics character, so him having higher athletics is good.
Yep.
Okay, so... yeah, my Juris is 14, 24, 34. I think I like stabilizing factor. So that way he
I hear
manages the veil degradation.
We will often have Cassia, which also is doing that, but
Yes, but just it
choice is
slows it down.
Agreed.
Is the
I
idea.
agree. It definitely helps. So your choice. I like it too, but just letting you know.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yep.
So what can he wear? Yes. Oh, it's not him. He can wear... can't wear heavy. He can wear at least up to medium. And he already has a flak vest, which is decent for him. Although I'm gonna hide it, because I think I like his outfit better.
Yep.
I think we're good. Obviously, I need to equip him with some grenades.
Did you get him the ability for Medikai? It's fine either way.
No.
Okay. We have others to handle that.
Actually, probably Onslaught might be good for him.
Ah. Agreed.
Well, it says it grants 2 charges of the slash ability. I don't think I actually chose that for him. Current.
Yep.
The end of the wearer's turn. Collision damage. I don't know if he'll be doing collisions.
No. Not unless you pick a interesting weapon for that.
He could use the precise las pistol, but the dead shot stub revolver is pretty good. Plus, I gave him sniper gloves. So actually,
Yep.
sniper gloves is good for that pistol too. Because then it buffs both single and dead eye shots.
Yep. I am eyeing the Fenting Body Glove, Warworld Origin, which might be good on Heinrichs.
Mm-hmm. It's essentially the same, just better.
Yep.
That works. I'll keep him with the Biomancer's staff.
Yep. He should have that.
I'll have him potentially have Crimson Intoxicants. If he gains temporary wounds, he can then counter or exchange the wounds for melee damage. Don't need that auto pistol. The mesh vest. I think that's good. It is now 6:20. We should probably just go ahead and save it here.
Exactly. Yep. Especially when we got
try
a new
him
character.
Out. Yeah, we'll try him out next time. So, hope y'all enjoyed. We'll catch you on the next stream. And I'll see you tomorrow for some more Crimson Desert. And then Friday will be the first of 007 First Light. So I hope to see you there. Have a good evening. Have a good night. We'll see you in the next one. So until then, bye for now.